Alexa, hush. Okay. So I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. Cause I halfway can't even think straight. I literally just got home from work. It's been a chaotic day. Hope everyone's doing well, and of course we missed all the stuff that was happening because I was stuck at work. Well, not even stuck at work. It's a long story, but yeah. It's just my kind of luck right now, I guess. Not the worst luck in the world, but frustrating. I'll say that much. But anyway, I hope everybody's doing well this evening again. As we're back and covering a very familiar area this year. It kind of reminds me of what New Mexico was like for us last year over towards Clovis. We were covering this area a lot towards June. Seems like our area's just migrated a little further east. So, as you can see, we've had multiple tornadoes down already, and there's still a chance for more later this evening. You are indeed right, Linda. Yeah, but hearing about the PDS stuff, I was like, ah, crap. But it was just more like the fact that, unfortunately, I had to get a ride from work today. Normally I'm able to drive home on Fridays. Today was not one of those, and it just kind of all went wrong, and yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Just kind of bummed out about it, but it was something out of my control. But I'm here now, and that's what counts, and there's still more weather to go. A couple of things that I did make note of, because I kept up with this storm system on Discord while I was on the way home, was that this storm was taking a southern track. Like a lot of these storms lately that have been in Texas have been taking a southern track, interestingly enough. Kind of gives me those Gerald vibes from the 1997 event, which is really cool, but also kind of haunting in a way. I hope we don't see an event like that, though, obviously, because that was just flat awful. Also, if the music is loud, please let me know in the chat. Also, looks like we'll be doing some streaming this weekend and then maybe even next week. Looks like we've had even a severe thunderstorm. Wow, even an 80-mile-per-hour gust in Colorado already? Is this from today? Yeah, this is from today. My goodness. Everything wants to happen while I'm at work, and then when I get here, it's not slow, but it's definitely. I think the tornado has lifted for sure. We do have some pretty large hail, though. Largest hail right now looks like it's Oldham and Hartley counties in Texas here. For right now, I do think we'll see an increase in that coverage as we go through the evening here. So I see some of you have already voted on the poll here as far as significant hail is concerned. We're seeing a lot of you are thinking not too many significant hail reports, nothing greater than 2 inches, not too much. One of you is thinking big time, which, I mean, in all fairness, all of these are possible. I wouldn't rule them out, I'll put it that way. I mean, 30 is a little bit extreme, but not impossible. Depends on our storm coverage. If we get a lot of big storms here, I do think our hail threat's our hail numbers are going to go up exponentially. maybe we can hit that. But I don't know. Somewhere between 10 to 20, 20 to 30 seems like a good number. At least that's what I think. Keep in mind, even though I'm a huge weather nerd myself here, I can't ever tell what it's going to do until it does it. So that's the fun in making these polls. It's more or less predictions. Let you get in on the action a little bit. And I do hope everyone's having a good Friday here. Had a pretty good day at work until, getting kind of caught up in some mess here with transpo issues. But outside of that, it's been pretty nice. Even got to chill a little bit after work, which was nice. It wasn't for super long, but it was long. It was decent. It wasn't the worst day in the world, put it that way. Looks like they have a land spout over here. Let me turn down. Let me turn down the music actually so I can maybe hear what Corey's saying, if he is speaking at all. I don't know what it is, but it seems like the volume on the storm chasers on Radar Omega does seem like it's turned down quite a bit. Because I remember this used to be almost deafening at times, but now I can barely hear them anymore. I don't know what's going on there with that, but Radar Omega, if you end up somehow finding this video at this current point in time or within the near future, what's going on here? Turn the storm chasers up a little bit, because I can't hear anything. My volume's up on my speakers, volume's up in the output, but whatever reason, I'm having the hardest time hearing anything. And there really doesn't seem like there's too many ways to control it here. This storm still looks like it has a little bit of a hook to it. This is in an environment where it has the potential to really ramp up once again. Does still have the tornado possible tag with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Probably can expect that to be around for a minute. And this was one of several storms. This looks like part of that cluster of storms that ended up producing those tornadoes. And then there was another observed tornado towards Plainview. This kind of reminds me a little bit of the days that we used to hear about in school back in the 80s and 90s, even a little bit before my time, obviously. But it reminds me of the days where people would just storm chase in Texas randomly one day, when they were still having forecast models be developed, and you would chase on days like today and you just see families of tornadoes just one after the other. It kind of just feels like one of those weeks where you would just chase somewhere in the plains and you get something. It's almost like it's hard to miss. I would almost dare to say maybe even a mixture of a hybrid of throwback chasing. I don't know. I'm immersed in the culture, but perhaps not enough. Tough to say. So I guess right now we're just kind of monitoring and waiting to see what happens next. It's ironic that we still ended up on schedule with what I was expecting in regards to getting home from work here. Do have a severe thunderstorm that's a little further up to the north here. Do have the chance of a new watch being issued here, and this is on the Kansas-Nebraska line. So this meso discussion was issued about an hour ago, so we may be seeing a severe thunderstorm watch coming soon right here in this little area that's circled in blue. So that's Kearney, Nebraska, that's Holdridge, Hastings, McCook. Then we have Norton, Kansas, Colby, Oakley, and Goodland, Kansas, where we have a radar site too. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these warnings up here as well. I find it interesting that we have such a huge polygon here and so little storms. But these are tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. This could be actually literally from the gust front. You can kind of see the gust front right here in this little section. You can see, you'll be able to tell because, yep, there it is. This little area where you see that little bit of a little radar signature brushing away from where the storms are right here. This is the gust front. Whenever these storms become outflow dominant in a line like this, whenever you see that big rush of rain-cooled air, you can see it on radar here. And usually when you see that, those are really strong winds that cause that. So we could expect some high winds over here from Ray to Binkelman and St. Francis here within the time being. Then also there's a severe thunderstorm warning near North Platte. We still, of course, have the panhandle of Texas to watch as well. Like I said, this is an environment where we could still see a few supercells and maybe a couple tornadoes, maybe even some strong ones. We've already seen one today, maybe even a couple, and there's still potential for more. Also, incredibly large hail this evening. So far, we've only gotten up to about, from the looks of it, baseball size. But I would not be surprised to see that number get much larger. So as it stands right now, we have, it looks like 5, like maybe 4, maybe 5 significant hail reports. It looks like 4. It's 4. So anyone that's picked less than 10, might be time to start sweating. Can't change your vote now either, so it's what it is. Once you make your pick, that's it. Guess in the meantime, I'll put on some new music. One second, guys. Just doing a quick thing. There we go. Alright. Got that squared away. Back to what we were doing. Like I was saying before, already looking at 4 significant hail reports, and like I said, we're apt to see more. If you're on the conservative side of the voting poll where you're saying less than 10, like I said, might be time to start sweating. What you need to look for in particular are hail reports that are greater than 2 inches. Basically, this red diamond here. There's anything beyond 2 inches, that's significant hail. Or anything at 2 inches or greater. So the more tags you see with our severe thunderstorm warnings tonight, we're going to pay close attention to those. Where you see the hail with a different color than yellow, that's a chance for a significant hail. So like once you start getting into the orange with the golf ball size hail, that there's a chance that you could see even larger hail than that, especially with the type of environment that we have here tonight. We even have severe thunderstorms in New Mexico as well. This is in Union County where we have $50 size hail. This is right on the border too. It's a little harder to get a radar site over here. I think Amarillo might be able to reach it. Yeah, it's about to be right on that radar hole. Remember this spot in particular from last year. We got to see a lot of tornadoes in New Mexico last year. New Mexico, Colorado, and Texas, this little tri-state region here. A big part of that, actually, tonight's severe weather setup has a lot to do with the mountains over here. Not just the Rockies, but the mountains over here just over towards southwest Texas too, playing a part in this. We do have a new tornado warning, by the way. So the new tornado warning has been issued for, let me get this to work here. This is Concho County. This is located near Vic, Texas, Oriola, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. This also has a threat quarter-sized hail to go along with it. Thankfully, this is going to remain in rural areas, but like I said before, Vic, the city of Vic needs to be extra watchful. If you know anyone there, let them know that there could be a tornado possible with this storm here on the way. This also has the potential to produce 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. This is also the storm. This is also a storm that's out ahead of where Vince and Corey are at the moment. And then this other storm over here towards San Angelo also needs to be monitored for the potential of reproducing a tornado. This still has a good look to it, but this storm out ahead of it, I think, is kind of looking a little bit better right now. We're going to go ahead and actually look at velocity for the first time in the stream. And you can see the rotation there. It's not an incredible signature yet, but these can evolve pretty rapidly. So we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on that. Also, while I'm at it, I may as well grab my phone so I can order my groceries, because we're going to be here a while. Where did I put my phone? That's my actual question, though. Oh, there it is. It's on the floor. Must have threw it on the ground while I was starting to get ready for the stream, in my haste to get started. See what looks to be a potential lowering, maybe even a wall cloud trying to develop on this new storm. It's the one towards San Angelo again, like we mentioned before, with tornado possible tag on it. Again, hoping everyone is doing well, by the way. Looks like whatever rotation was going on here is weakened a little bit. There might be another point of rotation kind of buried in the rain somewhere around here. This is close to Eden. This looks like it's going to be crossing Highway 87 here momentarily. Whatever this mess is right here. I do think that that's probably the point of rotation we're looking for. Yep, indeed it is. It's somewhere within this mess, which is likely rain wrapped, unfortunately. Very unique scenario starting to come into play here. Almost looks like a storm merger's occurred here because you can see new convection fire off here, and then it gets ingested by this storm. And for a period, there's potential for this to produce a tornado, maybe even a strong one. And then this new storm here is also fired, and that has to be watched for evolution and maybe even turning into a supercell as well. No, Brentwood's going to be fine tonight. Might get some showers and thunderstorms tonight and tomorrow, but I wouldn't expect anything significant. If you don't like thunder, then it might be more significant to you. Me personally, I love it, but you should be fine, Margot. You're good. The plain states right now are the point of interest. It probably will be for, I don't even know how long at this point now. Seems like it's been almost every day. But yeah, no severe weather expected for your area. Like I said, just a chance of thunderstorms. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we're kind of leaning into more of that summertime setup over here towards where we're from. Because once you're east of the Mississippi, we're getting plenty of that Gulf of Mexico moisture, that daytime heating, get those little popcorn thunderstorms. Saw one earlier today while I was at work, actually. This is just after we had finished, too, so we didn't get rained on, which was nice. Seeing a pretty nice feature there. Seeing a good inflow notch on this San Angelo storm, by the way. So there is a chance that they could be looking at something try to develop here. It does look like it's rotating pretty well. My question actually becomes, though, is there a chance that these two storms could congeal together? They seem like they have new convection forming, and they're kind of just drawing ever so closer to each other. If this merger occurs here, will one of these storms win out? Will we end up getting two mesocyclones and maybe the potential for a tornado? Or will this just turn into a huge mess of a storm with large hail and maybe some damaging winds? Will this destroy the tornado potential for this storm? Odds are, I'm going to say it, this storm is going to merge. These two storms are going to merge, but will we get another tornado out of this before it does it? That is my question at this time. Okay. Also, while we're at it, I guess we'll add some music to go along with it. With the stream here. Also, guys, if you could this evening, make sure you hit that like button. We're going to be doing a lot more streaming in the days ahead here. Make sure you hit that like button. Lets me know that you are enjoying the content here. Got plenty more forecast videos to discuss. In fact, tomorrow morning we should have a video about this month's outlook. It ended up being put up later than I would have liked because we've been having to cover severe weather pretty much every day. I'm becoming increasingly interested in this storm over here towards Eden. I do think that one may have some potential here. The only thing is, I do think that this is going to end up merging with this storm here. If it can hold itself together for long enough, I do think it could produce a brief tornado. Thankfully, this part of Texas is pretty rural for the most part. Not entirely, but relatively rural. The towns are pretty well spread apart for the most part. So if these do produce, it's not going to be just town after town after town getting damaged. And then on top of that, they're moving very slowly. These are moving at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So a lot of lead time for warnings if they aren't spawning in towns already. Okay, let's get some music going here. Okay. Do this one. Start out with. This is Jacob Lazat that we're listening to. This is 90 minutes of melodic metal. If you want, I can post the link in the chat. Things looking pretty interesting over here. Do see lowerings right here, but I don't see anything that's imminently touching down with this. Pretty warm in here this evening. Wow. Might need to actually turn on a fan in a second. I am sweating. I'm sweating considerably, actually. Not normal. I normally don't have any issue with my hat on here. There we go. looks like we have a pretty nice shelf cloud here. Look at this storm right here. I'm actually going to go back to velocity on that one. Don't see rotation with that, but definitely is an eye catcher for sure. Thank you guys for tuning in, by the way. Still have a long ways to go, really towards the beginning of this event here. Really was expecting initiation to be just a tad bit later, really around this time. But the weather does what it wants. Mother Nature, she'll do what she wants at the end of the day. So we may have an early, so we had an earlier start time. It may end early, it may even last longer than expected. We'll just kind of have to wait and see what happens with that. Good news is we are currently on 1 tornado warning at this moment in time. We do have very powerful storms near St. Angelo, though. So we are far from finished. The storms do seem like they are evolving pretty quickly as well. Go ahead and also look at, while I'm at it, I'm going to sneak a look in on HRRR. If I see anything worth noting, I'll definitely let you guys know. Do get some pretty strong storms as we get later into the evening. Storms will probably weaken, it looks like, from 11 o'clock tonight onward. We'll see how things pan out with this, though. But that was a wild start there, for sure. Definitely would have loved to have caught that if I could have. We will be live again tomorrow, however, too. There's another enhanced risk. And then, of course, we have the big event Monday. Also, if you guys haven't hit that like button earlier, definitely do so. We can get this out to as many people as we can about the severe weather we have ongoing in Texas. And then also there's the following day, which could be another big day. In fact, it might even be a bigger day tomorrow. So if you want to help contribute to the warning process, make sure you hit that like button. I think there would even be severe thunderstorm warnings down in Mexico if their weather bureau had those like ours in the U.S. You can see the evidence right there. The storms are really strong right towards the U.S.-Mexican border. There's not a great radar network over there either, which is a little alarming. Maybe they just don't deem it necessary right now, or at least in the government side of things, which is unfortunate. This continent gets some of the most severe weather out of all of them, even though there are others that get some pretty crazy weather. Budapest, for example, is a big one there. Anyway, though, enough about tornado history and geographics. Wish we could get a closer look at this storm that Corey's looking at. Look at that shelf cloud. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Speaking of which, guess while we're in a slow point here and we're still looking at our tornado warning, go ahead and work on my grocery cart for tonight. Figure out how I want to play this game here. Oh, my hair is itching. Oh, jeez. Looks like they finally went and tornado warned that other cell just as they're starting to merge here. Do you think tornado probability will go up with that since they have merged? We'll just have to see how things pan out with that. Looks like 2 sections of that line could potentially be rotating. So we have Tom Green County now, and also we have Concho County under tornado warnings. These are both in Texas. They're 2 similar storms. Both of them have radar indicated rotation at this time and have substantial potential to produce a tornado within the next little bit. Both these storms also have a history of producing damaging tornadoes. Here's this storm's rotation here just off to the southwest here. Then the more northeasterly storm rotation's a little bit less apparent, but still there right here. So basically the points that we're looking for here and here. If I were to pick which storm is the strongest of the two, I think the southwestern storm looks a little bit better. It's towards Cristobal right now, and Wall. So that's the more impressive looking storm on radar and on velocity at this current point in time. Hair is itching really bad tonight. When this stream's over, I'm definitely washing it. Should not be itching like this, man. Wow. In any case, this is our current situation right now. I need to get that off there. There we go. Alright, so here's the potential for another storm to have up to 2-inch hail here. This is over towards Iran, Texas, just to the east of Fort Stockton. Then we have this storm over here that's getting towards golf ball sized here. This is over to the southeast of that storm we're looking at here and off to the southwest of our tornado warnings. I think this one's actually heading in a northerly direction, which is kind of interesting. Yep, it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the tornado warned storms are moving southeast. Isn't that something? The storm has the potential to produce up to golf ball sized hail in central Crockett County. Isn't that something, though? Storms literally moving in opposite directions like they're on the highway. Picture that. Looking over, and you're seeing your buddy on the highway going in the opposite direction. It's basically what these storms are doing right now. That is crazy. That is a crazy thing to fathom. This does have some weak rotation with it as well. I wouldn't be worried about a tornado warning with this just yet, but may come down the line if it continues to progress here. We're going to go back to our reflectivity here, though. Get an idea of what this looks like. Yeah. This definitely looks like it's ramping up the tail threat here. So over towards Iran, we need to be on the lookout for some big hail to be coming in. So recent votes come in now. A lot of people are saying more towards 10 to 20. Let's make sure we're walking before we're running here too. I think that's a fair pick if I'm being honest. But we still need at least 5 more reports to knock out the less than 10 range. Question is, will we get there? I do think it's possible. It's probable, but not guaranteed. If it was guaranteed, I wouldn't even bothered. Want to put it in you guys' hands for a change. If, by the way, anyone that's tuning in for the first time this evening, covering severe weather in Texas, Colorado, Kansas, and even Nebraska at this point. They have finally issued that new severe thunderstorm watch, and we do have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in Nebraska and Kansas right now, with potentially more to go. You want to help with getting this out to more people in these affected areas, make sure you hit that like button. Or if you just like following weather, hit that like button. We do live streams, we do forecast videos, and more here. And we also scratch my hair to absolute oblivion because my scalp is dry. It is really itching tonight. It's not even really nighttime, it's more this afternoon. And I guess I just let you know that I don't take myself too seriously, but anyway. A lot of weather we're going to be covering here tonight. Also, thank you guys for pushing to 11 likes. Can we get to 15? That's usually what we've been getting lately with our streams. Love to get more, but if we can at least get 15, that'd be really nice. Make sure you share the stream. Also, make sure you subscribe if you are new around here. Cover weather all the time. Oh. So radar indicated tornado warning, and this is Corey Gherkin's feed that we're looking at right now. I do think they're experiencing some really strong winds. Maybe from the gust front of this storm, more so than an actual tornado. Maybe even a haboob occurring here, which is pretty crazy. But maybe somewhere in there could be a circulation that needs to be watched still. Alright, I don't know if anyone's able to hear the music right now that we have going on here. I'll turn that up if needed be. I can barely hear anything. I don't know if you guys can. Over me speaking. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and try and fix that real quick. That sounds a lot better already. I think I know why it was turned down too. Anyway, though. The storm that was over here to the south of Paint Rock here, it's merged in with this storm, so there might be a chance this recycles and a new mesocyclone forms here. And but Corey and Vince would be right in the path of it. Look at them getting into the dust here. Their signal's going to start to go in and out because this area is already tough when it comes to cell phone service. And then they'd be going through all of that dust and dealing with a thunderstorm. It's not going to help their signal at all. So Corey might struggle a little bit here in the next little bit. He may lose his frame rates. He may even buffer for a little bit, but he is still around. Again, if I have the music up too loud, or if the Storm Chaser feed is up too loud, anything but my voice is too loud, or even if my voice is too loud, let me know in chat. Still trying to adjust things here. Sometimes I do pull that mic a little closer to me than I'd like to. Ugh. Yeah, I'm hoping to do that soon because this is driving me nuts, man. I want my hat. Where's my hat? Oh, work hat. There. I cannot wait to wash my hair tonight. My scalp is definitely dry weather, not the dry weather. Not here. It has not been dry weather. It rained earlier this week on us, and then it rained today. Yeah, my scalp is definitely dry though. But it's like once I started scratching, I couldn't stop. Oh, you guys in Florida, yeah, y'all are dry right now. You guys are very dry. It does look like the weather pattern eventually is going to change. It's going to be a little slow, though, from the looks of it. This month might be a little bit dry, but once we get into June and July, things look like they might shift. It's just really getting through this month that might be a little bit of a challenge. Then there's also the wild card of hurricane season, especially with it being forecast to be really active, too. Does look like we get some pretty strong winds with this one. maybe even some significant hail with this storm as well. I do notice an interesting thing ongoing here too. The outflow boundary is getting awfully close to these storms. Just how that rain-cooled air is going to interact with that will be interesting. I remember an instance last year where the Matador tornado formed off an outflow boundary just like this. These storms have already matured though, so it'll be interesting to see how things kind of pan out with that. Maybe I need to just comb my hair, pick it out. Hard to say. You know, I can't keep scratching like this. It's just gonna make it worse. Make my hair brittle after a while if I keep doing that. Finish my water? Nope, I did not. So it looks like these storms are still trying to stay separate here. The real question is, what kind of mode will these storms be? Will we end up seeing a line segment? Will this northern storm win this battle? Will we get the southern storm to split off and turn to and do a little bit of a weird right turn to the south here and produce? What are we about to see here? Then, of course, as I mentioned before, we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Potential for some of these to have some huge hail, too. Guess while I'm at it, I need to get my groceries ordered. Like right now, I don't know why I keep playing around here. Like I have all the time in the world. Soon I won't be able to order them at all. To anyone tuning in for the first time this evening, by the way, tracking severe weather across multiple states here through the plains. Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska here. All are under severe watches and warnings have been issued. There have also been confirmed tornadoes this afternoon. Could anticipate more of that as we get into the evening here. We do have 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now in Texas. Looks like they've actually dropped that number back down to 1 for the moment. But this is with the storm that's also had a history of producing tornadoes here. So make sure you're staying tuned, especially if you live in these areas. Also make sure you hit that like button and don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well if you're new around here. Storm is just outside of San Angelo here. Does look like it's weakened a little bit. It's definitely not showing that same impressive hook signature that I saw earlier with it. But it is in an environment to where it could try it one more time here. The further this goes to the south and east, the less impressive the environment starts to get. Like once it passes, I would say towards Lampasas, it's going to be hard for it to maintain itself tonight. These storms could maintain their strength to a point, but the tornado potential is going to drop off. And then we'd basically almost play pool with this setup and just re-rack and do it again tomorrow. Towards the end of the stream, we might talk about that a bit more. Again, if anyone thinks the music is too loud, let me. If the music is too loud for anyone, let me know. Try not to have it too high, because I know not everybody's a metal fan. I definitely am. And if you have any requests for anything that's like DMCA free, whether it's lo-fi, I can try and make it happen. Can't guarantee it'll work, but I'll try. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the reports right now. Alright, so anyone that might have voted less than 10 on the voting poll here, time to start sweating. You're at 7 reports on large hail tonight. 3 more, and that's and anyone who voted less than 10, sorry, but you lost. Alright, so we've downtrended to all severe thunderstorm warnings for right now. To see how things continue to pan out throughout the evening, but of course we will be here monitoring it in real time. I will be taking this time though, however, to finish my grocery cart so I can at least get my the majority of my shopping done. All right, right on, Nikki Starnova. Yep, indeed, I'm a metalhead, but I'm also a huge weather nerd as well. Been studying weather since the age of 4. I'm a big fan particularly of melodic death metal, but I listen to almost any subgenre of metal. I'd say I'm moderately open-minded. If I'm just, I will say this though. If I just don't like it, I just don't like it. But yeah, yeah, pretty chill around here though. I'm also a musician as well. I'm glad. Love to hear that. I'd love to find more metalheads on here, especially those that are interested in weather. I actually do have mods on here that are also musicians and are also huge weather nerds too. One of them might pop up a little bit later this evening if we're still live by that point. We'll have to see how things pan out. But yeah, same here. I am a consumer of music. Just earlier today, while I was at work, I was singing along to old school R&B with the guys. But at the end of the day, metal's my main chick, so to speak, when it comes to music. I have to have my guitars off to the side here. Maybe at the end of the stream I might play a little something. I'm probably not going to do too well because I haven't practiced at all this week. Haven't even had a chance to breathe, it feels like. Or maybe I might save playing for tomorrow, depending on how long the stream goes. Speaking of which, there's a couple of... I do want to remind everyone there is an enhanced risk for severe weather in this exact same area tomorrow that we're looking at right now. I am looking at some of the details with that to go with it. Then, of course, there's a pretty active pattern that we're going to be dealing with next week. I will also say that there's a chance that this may clash with what I have going on Tuesday. Yeah, DFW's been relatively spared for the most part. You guys have mainly been seeing everything more so off to your west or to your south. So you guys have been pretty lucky. I mean, there's been a couple of times where I've streamed in your area, or I've done streams and I've been watching your area. But for the most part, the worst weather has been everywhere but Dallas. Oh, there we go. I can't control the weather, but hopefully it will stay that way for you. If something does change, I'll try to let you know in advance. We do forecast videos on here too. We tend to get most of our views during live streams, though. Just like tonight, or this afternoon, heading into tonight. And for your area tonight, though, it does seem like it's pretty calm. All right. Thank you for getting that notification bell on, Nikki Starnova. That's awesome. Yeah, we'll probably have a video up by tomorrow morning talking about the setup for tomorrow. And then also, we'll probably be going live just around the times the storms would start to fire. From right now, it looks like it would be. Let me go to this one model here and look at it. From what I've seen, it looks like it would be right around, I would say, early to mid-afternoon. And since I don't have to work tomorrow, I will be able to cover that. By the time the storms will get to your area, it does look like it weakens pretty significantly. But you still could have some pretty strong storms. Some pretty loud rumbles of thunder. Some natural fireworks, as I like to call it. And that's heading into tomorrow, of course. Only downside to having to stream tomorrow is going to be maybe missing the Canelo boxing fight. But we'll see how things pan out. You like lightning too. That's awesome. I'm the same way. Absolutely love lightning. We're actually expecting some thunderstorms over towards where I live. So I'm eager to see and hear I'm eager to see the light show and hear the noise. Okay, so they've reissued the tornado warning here. Well, since they made a new polygon, I guess I'll sound the siren then. This is okay, I might not be able to pronounce that. Shilicher? I hope I have that right. I'm probably botched it. Tom Green, Menard, and Concho counties. These storms have also picked up in their forward speed, whereas before they were moving at 15 miles an hour, they've doubled, and now they're moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. 2-inch in diameter hail possible also with this storm. This is in west central Texas, far from you. And thankfully, this is also in rural areas. The storm also has the potential to produce 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Oof. Also, guys, if you're tuning in for the first time this evening, once again, covering severe weather in not just Texas, but also parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and even into Nebraska here. We have a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings and one tornado warning right now. Tornado warning is located in Texas, but we have numerous severe storms ongoing right now. And this is really the start of what could be another multi-day event, or leading into another multi-day event for the start of next week. This is a familiar area over here, Matador. We actually covered the tornado that hit Matador last year. Oh, my phone fell. Okay. I keep forgetting that I need to hit send so I can order my groceries. Looks like Vince and Corey here are behind the storms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that kind of makes me a little bit bummed out thinking about that. Like today, actually, at work, while I was aerating a yard, I ended up seeing a chicken coop in someone's backyard, which was really cool. I can only help but think of stuff like that, though, whenever I see weather like this. It's not your fault. No need to apologize. Just a reminder that sometimes we do have it pretty good every once in a while. It's not always perfect, though. Yeah, it looks like Corey and them chose to fall behind on this storm. They probably were thinking that it was done. Let's check this on velocity, see what it looks like. So it's pretty clear where the rotation is. There's our rotation right here. Pretty easy to see. But not the most impressive couplet I've seen at the moment. The storm's still trying to really get itself organized here. It could still produce, but I don't know if we're gonna see exactly what we saw earlier before the stream started with the PDS tornado warnings just yet. Of course, the window for storms to fire is still pretty broad. And I do think that we might get at least an opportunity for one more, if not a couple more storms to try and produce. We'll probably see a couple of tornado warnings from different cells. But this has been the dominant one so far. And it's gone through several mergers too. So it's been interesting to watch how things have progressed with this. You can also see a couple storms out ahead of this. So we'll have to see what these mergers end up doing with this, what's ultimately going to become a giant supercell here. Because it's just eating up these other storms pretty much. It's basically like the National Geographic version of severe weather here that we're seeing. I know that wasn't that funny. I tried. Let's go ahead and put this in motion here again. There is another thing that I'm also very curious about, and that's these storms over here to the south. Like I said, the Matador event that happened last year, storms formed on an outflow boundary just like what we're seeing from this storm here. And once that happened, that's when we had a violent tornado go through on a day where we weren't expecting a lot. So my question is, could we see a similar situation occur with these storms here? I sure hope not, because that was pretty crazy what we ended up seeing in Matador last year. But if it does happen, of course, we'll be here to we're here to cover it. interesting to see the different motions of these storms. If you go to these storms here, notice how these are moving off to the southeast. And then you see these storms moving off to the northeast, and then you see these storms moving south, then a little further up north towards Wichita Falls, they're moving directly to the north. It's just really crazy how how we have that occurring. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that. I still have my bottle of water here. I just finished drinking it. This is when the tinfoil hats come out. From the looks of it, though, when I looked at the morning forecast models, there was a chance for this. God, what is in my throat here? I did see some areas with the low-level jet that were showing areas like right over here towards the east of oh, for the storms not to follow a pattern. Oh yeah. Well, I'll put it like this. This isn't your traditional severe weather setup, that's for sure. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's just kind of it's a little bit of what I would call out of left field a little bit. I mean, you have a trough that's over here that comes into play. But it's once you get a little further away from that, that's where you start to see the change. This is your trough right here, this little orange dotted line. And notice along that way, that's when these storms are moving in a pretty traditional direction off to the northeast or off to the east here. But when you get caught in between this other trough that's right here, the game starts to change here. You follow this trough, you're starting to go in a southeasterly direction. And then looks like there might be another trough right here that is allotting for some of these storms over here to push to the north towards the boundary. So there's just a lot going on at the lower levels. So literally these storms are picking one of these troughs and they're saying, all right, I'm choosing you, or I'm in this vicinity, I'm going this way. I'd have to ask my buddy Kyle if he's able to get on later as to why that is, but creates for an interesting situation with the severe weather. A lot of these storms, if they were to have gone tornadic, they would be able to do something that's called, or they would have a capability that's really interesting. It's called deviant motion, where the storm could be going one way and then the tornado would be going in almost an entirely different direction. Like a tornado could go almost off in a westerly direction while the storm is moving north. So very interesting environment right here. Look, not atypical, but definitely not typical. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm a huge weather nerd, so I do try to study as much as I can about it. Yeah, the El Reno storm had deviant motion, and that's why so many storm chasers ended up getting hit by it. The sudden change in direction, along with the change in speed as well, is what made it so dangerous for storm chasers that one day. I remember the storm originally was moving at about maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour. Short span, it not only increased in size, but increased in forward speed, wind speed, just just turned into one of those things. Uh-oh. Is my frame going away? Is my frame rate going? Oh, dear. Had a little spike with my frames here. Sorry about that. Just bear with me for a second, guys. Make sure you hit that refresh button. I don't know what just happened there. Very odd situation. I think we're good now. But yeah, the size of the tornado coupled with the speed and then the change in direction is really what caused a lot of problems. There was another event that was last year actually that had deviant motion as well that we covered. It was the cold tornado back in April last year. It was mid-April. We streamed that event. But yeah, this is a pretty similar environment here. And then we could see the same thing happen maybe even tomorrow. It was in Cole, Oklahoma. It was Cole, Oklahoma. The Cole tornado. We actually meant to do a video that kind of, me and some of the guys here, the mods that I have on the channel, meant to do an analysis on that one. But severe season last year all of a sudden got really busy towards summer, and we ended up not being able to do it. Or at least not within a reasonable time frame. I think we still may do it someday. Speaking of an interesting situation though, it does look like we're starting to see a new merger with this storm here. How will this end up affecting this storm here? Because what could happen here, it could strengthen this storm or could completely undercut it. Because you need this little area, you need an area where you have warm air feeding into the storm. This storm merges with that and cuts that inflow off. That basically kills the storm's tornado potential. For the time being, at the very least. Maybe down the line it could do it again if it clears, if it gets its act back together. But this is moving in a way to where that mesocyclone might have to move either up or it just will have to generate a new one. This song sounds really good. Anyone that's curious about who we're listening to right now on stream, this is Jacob Lazat. Okay. Alexa, lights on. Did I set a timer for 8 o'clock for that to happen? Like, why does that always happen, dude? Sheesh. Halfway freaks me out every time that happens. Also, by the way, thanks to everybody who's tuned in to the stream tonight. Also, make sure you hit that like button if you could, if you haven't already. If you're new around here, I definitely urge you to subscribe because I have a very active weather pattern ongoing right now. And that's expected to continue through the weekend and definitely into next week. So, make sure, if you do hit that subscribe button as well, make sure you get that notification bell on too. Gonna be a lot of content coming on the channel. This still a radar indicated tornado warning, by the way. Rotation still looks pretty solid, but it is broadening for the moment. So like I said, I think that storm merger is kind of messing with this a little bit. We'll have to see how things kind of progress from that point. But even though this may not be immediately producing a tornado, you still have to be on the lookout for 2-inch hail and also damaging winds of up to potentially 70 miles an hour. So storm is still not anything you want to mess with. The good news is this isn't going to be in a tornado-prone environment for too much longer. The further to the south and east that this goes, the less chance it has of producing. Then again, though, I will say we saw some action in areas where we were expecting a 2% chance of tornadoes, which was pretty low, and it produced a huge tornado. So make sure you are staying weather aware if you happen to be in the path of this storm or within an area of interest. It's a constant reminder. A water bottle that just fell. The water bottle I had earlier. I'm gonna have to clean up probably tonight once I get this stream over with here. Room's a little messy. She's needing some TLC. Also a heck of a lightning show coming from this storm. But yep, just as I was predicting with this storm, does look like the storm is cut off that mesocyclone that's right here. Basically what undercut means is the point where we're able to get that warm, moist air feeding into the storm here. With this cell merging with it, we're getting rain cooled air feeding into the storm. Storms don't like that, and it'll try to rush that out, so you'll get what you call outflow instead of inflow. Outflow is basically a sign that the storm could potentially be weakening in the meantime. And again, like I said before, that the mesocyclone may change here to where we end up seeing this part become the dominant part of the storm, or we may see a whole new one form further off to this southern flank of the storm. We'll just kind of have to see how things progress with this one. But really, this looks like the only storm right now that shows potential to produce at the moment. Everything else is mainly looking like big hailers at the moment, at this current point in time. We do have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We have a couple of which that are showing potential for hail above 2 inches in diameter, which could do a lot of damage to cars. So if you happen to be watching this, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and you have a little bit extra time before the storm arrives, definitely get that car under a carport or in the garage. Hail insurance is nothing to mess with. And I'm sure a lot of you folks out here in this region know this. Also, I just took a look around and I see that some of you have gotten a look at the summer outlook. Glad you guys are enjoying that video, by the way. Appreciate all the support we get here. Dang, I don't know what's going on, why there's something in my throat, but that's really been bothering me. Okay, so while we're at it here, while we're still trying to figure out what's going on with our tornado warning storm, we're gonna go ahead and see just how many storm reports we have now. I think we might be close to 10 significant hail reports. We're at 8. I've seen the numbers kind of shifting more towards that 10 to 20 on the voting poll here. I think that might be the right call. We'll have to see how the storms continue to perform as we get later into the evening here. While we're at it, we'll go ahead and take a look at this line of storms over here towards Nebraska and Kansas here. We can expect some stronger winds from this as well. You can see the gust front coming out from this, so the winds may begin to pick up here as we get towards Goodland, Kansas. And then over towards McCook as well. I really don't think this is going to be a super long duration event from the looks of it, though. Everything's kind of evolving a lot faster than I expected it would. I think the models did a really good job of forecasting this, though, too. I may actually step away for just a moment to go to the restroom and maybe grab a quick bite to eat here. I will be right back. Alright, we're back here. I try not to take too long when I'm doing this. Appreciate everyone's patience. Doesn't look like too much has changed here, thankfully. Recently, it's almost like I've kind of had to do it like this when it comes to streaming. Like, recently we even did an 11-hour stream where even the mods were kind of tagging in a little bit. We were doing voice chat and everything on Discord. That was quite a night. That was April 27th, by the way. The big outbreak in Florida. I've actually named that stream, or I renamed that stream, Night of the Twisters, Oklahoma Edition. There's potentially any weather nerds or weather weenies, whatever you want to call it, that know what I'm referencing with that title. Let me know in the chat. And if you do know, don't even say it, just type W. So I'm noticing something interesting here. It does look like we might be getting a new mesocyclone to form. However, it does look like, again, like I mentioned before, keep getting new convection here. And this gets pulled into the storm ultimately. And I think this is what really ends up hurting this storm's potential to produce. It's messy convective modes here. As you can see it, right on this outflow boundary, new storms will fire. But the inflow from this storm is so strong that you end up actually seeing this get pulled in. Now, getting into how all of that works would take a long time. It might be its own little separate forecasting video, or even a Weather Nerd 101 video, which we do have a playlist of, by the way. Or it's incomplete, but we have quite a few videos on there already. And that's not even including memberships, which is going to go even more in depth than that. But in regards to storm mergers here, this may end up either hurting the storm or, like I said, with the Matador event last year, we may end up seeing a situation where this storm takes off and ends up producing something. Like I said, it's a very interesting environment that we have going on right now. You can see it again, storms just kind of doing their own thing. These storms going to the northeast, these storms going to the southeast, and then back to the northeast again. Like we're in between 2, maybe even 3 different troughs here. I'm really beginning to think that this might be the only storm that really has a chance of producing a tornado here at this point. Because that low-level spin is pretty apparent here. But outside of that, you don't really see much. It's really cool to see on radar, if I'm being honest. Weather nerd in me is screaming right now. I'm kind of jumping for joy because I'm just learning new things. In fact, I'm gonna do a thing real quick. Don't mind me. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Here we go. I'm actually screen recording this right here, this screen that I have right now watching the storms. I'm going to post this in my Discord. And also, in case anyone wants to join that Discord, all you have to do is follow the link there. If you can't do that, just let me know and I should be able to put a fresh one up, just in case it doesn't work. Alright, I think we've done enough for recording. Anyway, though. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in so far. Maybe more or less on the back end of this event if things continue as they are. The storms towards Kansas may last a little longer. I'll probably be live for at least another hour, maybe two. Okay, let's go ahead and do a thing real quick. See what these storms are doing over here towards Kansas right now. Really leaning mainly towards a damaging wind threat, and these storms are going to be on the frontal boundary here, so it's going to be the southern sector of these storms that you have to watch out for. So if you're south of the warm front, like towards McCook, Norton, Concordia, Clay Center, Manhattan, Minneapolis, Salina, Kansas, Ellsworth, Russell, and Hayes, you need to watch yourselves. Could be a strong line of thunderstorms as we go through the evening. Heading your way. Most of the storms that are in the Oklahoma Panhandle don't really look like they're doing a whole lot. Oklahoma could get spared tonight, even if it is towards the Panhandle nonetheless. It does look like we also get a pretty strong storm over here and tend towards Dumas. It has also a really interesting look on radar, like it might be trying to do a little thing with some rotation here in the next little bit. And there it is right there. So gonna have to watch that one. Excuse me. This storm definitely looks like it's trying to get its act together here. Starting to see an increase in lightning with it as well. I think this is going to be something I'm going to have to keep an extra close eye on in the next little bit here. I think there is a chance that it's going to try and go. To anyone who's new tuning in tonight, we are currently covering severe weather across the southern plains once again. It's even transitions into the central plains. We're watching from as far north as southern Nebraska here, even towards North Platte and Grand Island, all the way down into west central Texas. We do have one tornado warning right now. It's about to expire. in a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings, spanning for concerns about hail to 70 and at times even 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, this tornado warning is about to expire right now. Tornado is still apparently possible with this storm, which is not out of the realm of reason at all, but it definitely is not what it once was, for sure. A little earlier today, this storm produced what, from the looks of it, maybe multiple tornadoes, or at least multiple tornado reports. And from the sound of it, based off what I was hearing earlier while I was at work, sounded like it was a pretty large tornado. And then over towards Plainview, there was a reported tornado as well. Try not to be too loud while I chew my food. Also going to make a little update here on our voting poll here. We're still sitting at eight large hail reports. 8 significant hail reports. And by the way, significant hail reports count as hail that's greater than 2 inches in diameter. So right now, anyone who's voted for less than 10 is still winning, but you need to be watching with bated breath here. Try to put the prediction in you guys' hands a little bit. I'm still interested in this little area over here on this storm that was previously tornado warned, just to the west of Menard here. That could be another mesocyclone that's beginning to develop. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's gonna try. So if you look on the radar scan here, all that blue, if I can get it going to a loop here, wasn't there, but it's starting to creep into that little area like it's trying to maybe rotate again pretty strongly. It's gonna try at least one more time to maybe produce a tornado. So that's 2 storms that I'm interested in regards to maybe a potential for a tornado warning. Obviously this storm has a history of producing, so it's not out of the question that it could do it again. But then we also have, go forward here, go back up, we also have the Duma storm. It still looks like it's showing some pretty clear signs of rotation here. They have not put a tornado possible tag with that though either, so kind of interesting to see how things progress with that. Do have another severe thunderstorm warning over here towards Turkey, Texas, And this also shows the potential for up to tennis ball size hail. This would be considered significant if you get large hail from this one. And that's a pretty big hail report right here. And this is towards Quitoc, Texas. This is 3.5-inch hail. That is huge. This is from the fire department too. For anyone that voted for 10 to 20 large hail reports tonight, you're looking good now. Starting to look really good. You voted for 10 to 20, Nikki. You're in good shape then. It's a good call. Honestly, 10 to 20 large hail reports, like hail that's greater than 2 inches in diameter, that's a lot. That's a lot of large hail. You know your bad weather. That's awesome. I need to finish ordering my grocery cart. I just keep on messing around. I'm gonna screw up and miss it. Okay, so it looks like we might be struggling again. Like, it's trying, but seems like the winds towards the rear flank downdraft are starting to weaken. See how this red is trying to wrap around the blue? But as it's doing so, it's just kind of weakening towards the center. This storm might finally be dying. And this is a big part of why, like I mentioned before, there's nowhere for that warm air to get into the storm and continue to feed it right now. You need that warm, moist air to feed into the storm. Whenever it starts raining like this towards the updraft, you get cool, dry air rushing out of the storm. You got to have checks and balances with this. So this storm doesn't have the ability right now to sustain itself to even produce a tornado. Like I said, there is a chance that it could recover, but usually with the direction that it's heading and into the environment that it's heading, I don't see this one coming back quickly enough to try and produce another tornado. Not impossible for it to happen, but the likelihood is dropping pretty fast. Also, Nick, if you're still there and you know about your bad weather, definitely hit our Discord server up. We talk about weather there a lot. You'll even learn some extra stuff too while you're at it. Doesn't cost anything. But you'll be around a bunch of weather nerds and metalheads alike. Here you are. Hey, Baconator. What's up, man? Hope you enjoyed your nap, dude. Oh, you've never been on Discord before? I understand that. Can be a little intimidating. If you want to mention your age, though, by the way, feel free. I'm not going to try to guess it or ask it, because I'm from the South, and I don't know if you know the saying, but you should never try to guess a woman's age. But yeah, we'll live by that adage here. That is definitely true. That's why I actually work out while I'm at my job in between stops. So that way I can have somewhat of a sleeping pattern in the midst of me trying to do this. Because I screwed up my sleeping pattern when I ended up unemployed for a little bit. Hmm. 30? 35? I'll guess your age. I'll try and guess 30, 35. I don't know for sure. 100 push-ups each hour. That'd be pretty impressive. I bet a lot of kids would probably pick at you, but really it will be out of jealousy. I can't do 100 push-ups non-stop just yet. Oh, that's not that bad. You're really not that much older than me, to be honest. It's not good. It's not good, Nikki. Oh, you never grew up? Well, I mean, I guess I can understand that. I mean, I would say that I never truly grew up either. I'm almost 30. But at the same time, though, I'm not the type that would do well with taking life so seriously every second of every day like everybody else. You have to have a point where you can kind of just detach a little bit. Oh, 45 plus is old. Uh, I would tell my mom's age on here. And I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be mad at me, but at the same time, I don't want to get smacked by her either. Because with my luck, she would be watching. Trust me, you're not old. I work with somebody who's 47. He's taking good care of himself. Strong as an ox, man. He's a handful. But, man. A good dude. Shout out. Shout out to him. But age to me is just a mindset. How is that a pause? You know what? Shut up, Baconator. Shut up. I'm going back to this doom and storm. I'm not even going to pay attention to you now for that. And it's gone outflow dominant. How was that even a pause? I'm trying to figure that out, man. Man, because I keep catching you with the pauses all the time. And they are actually legit. That's the thing, man. Mainly that thing sounds more like a pause than anything else you've said so far this evening. Oh, you need reflector tape? I don't know where you go to get that necessarily, but you should go get it, man. Uh-oh. So if anyone voted for less than 10, we literally have one more large hail report to go before you guys are out of it. You would like to avoid being hit by as few cars as possible. That's how you say it properly, with proper grammar, sir. Dang it, man. I'm miserable right now. Should have got something to drink along with my food. That's my fault, though. I know. I'm just giving you some flack. I'm just giving you a little flack. That's all. Daggone it, man. Alright, so I'm going to end the voting poll the next little bit here. Or actually, no. I'm going to leave it on for a little longer. So in a couple more minutes here, I'm actually going to let you guys see what we're dealing with in regards to the setup for tonight, and then we'll go on from there. That's fine. Depending on how things go, it might not even be on that much longer, but we probably still could have that little discussion later in regards to the setup for next week. But we're probably going to be covering multiple days here. But yeah, do what you got to do, bud. Enjoy the fitness journey, sir. Can I update you on Fort Worth for tonight? There are some storms heading into Fort Worth actually within the next little bit. From the looks of it, it will be there by probably the middle of the next hour, maybe. Hang on, let me see how fast this is moving. It may take about an hour, maybe a little bit more for storms to get into Fort, maybe a little less than that actually, for storms to get into Fort Worth here. These are moving at about 20 miles an hour. About 20 to 25. Nothing severe expected towards Fort Worth, but you could get some pretty strong storms. A little further to the north, you might have something a little bit stronger. But these storms look like they're somewhat weakening further off to the north here. The further south you go, the storms are even less impressive. So, I guess you'll see your light show, but you're not going to get... I don't think you're going to get anything severe. Yeah, you'll get a good show. If things change, of course, I'll still be here. But I wouldn't expect anything crazy right now. That's for sure. Let's look and see what's going on over here towards Nebraska and Kansas now. Do have a pretty powerful severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Goodland here that has up to 70-mile-per-hour winds too. So we'll go ahead and actually cover this area in just a second here. We may even be able to pull up some cameras over here towards Goodland. There's not a whole lot of chasers out here in Kansas right now. A lot of the focus was going to be over towards Texas today. And it'll be that way as well tomorrow, so they're going to probably just hang out in Texas just to stay in position for the chase tomorrow. Because tomorrow there's actually an even bigger threat for tornadoes then. That's no problem. That's what I do here. I'm just your friendly metalhead weatherman. Look at this gust front here. There we go. I'm the only friendly metalhead weatherman. No, I know a few others. It's just my name. That's all. That's all it is. It's just my name. Thai metalhead weatherman. That's all. Oh, so we actually got a few sky cams here. So let's go ahead and actually slide this over so you can see what's going on as we're going towards Goodland here. So these are the storms that are over towards Goodland, Kansas right now. And then if we look at this screen right here, this is what they actually look like, which is really cool to see. Now, this isn't the most incredible camera that we have, and there's not great cell phone signal over here, which is what most of these cameras run off of, but we still got a pretty good view, if I were to say so. This is a mind-blowing image right here that you're seeing here. Getting to see the leading edge of that line of thunderstorms. Again, here's a look at that. Here's a look at that storm, and then if we go back, there it is again. This is looking south right now. Pretty dry right now. All the rain is hidden back there. You may even be kicking up some dust too to go along with that. But a great shot nonetheless here. Starting to see more and more of these storms begin to weaken now towards Texas. A lot of the coverage that we had earlier with severe weather, tornadoes, is starting to kind of drop off a bit now. We still have this one suspicious storm here that did produce tornadoes earlier, but we're waiting to see how things continue to pan out with it. It has been on quite the weakening trend over the last little bit here. It's still trying, but it looks nothing like what it once did, let's say about maybe 2 hours ago when we first started the stream. Then throughout the state, we have a couple of warnings here and there, but we're seeing a downtrend with these pretty quickly. These storms have just lost their severe storm warning, thunderstorm warnings. And of course, we're watching this one, which has been getting downtrends on its severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, guys, I appreciate the likes here. Gotten to 14. You think we can get to 15 before the night's off? Before the night is done here? Seeing our downtrend to a slight risk now. We were at an enhanced risk earlier with this severe weather area as well. Pardon me also, I'm trying to still order my groceries while I still have a chance. And I'm hoping I can get them before they close. I may just have to sneak out after this stream here. Probably be on here at least till 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, or at the latest. It really just depends on how these storms evolve from that point. I don't really think we're going to see too much more beyond what we're seeing now. Really, the most action is coming from this line of storms over here towards Nebraska, Kansas border here. We're getting active severe thunderstorm reports. In fact, just outside of McCook, we got a 70 mile per hour gust here. And just outside of Trenton, there was a 60 mile per hour gust. But really, this complex of storms up to the north is the most intense action we have at the moment. Everything else we're kind of just downtrending from earlier. And then we re-rack and do it all over again tomorrow. This time with a much more potent setup in the works here. Alright, so, sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to bump the mic, but in any case, though, we are trying to finish up my grocery cart here. Trying to hurry up. I'm sorry, guys. May actually take a little break and do this, if you guys don't mind. I'm just trying to be super quick about this. I'll be right back, I promise. Sorry about that. That took longer than I thought. And I'm sorry about that because, yeah. It's times like that where you think, gosh, I really love the human anatomy. Jeez, man, that was it. But we're back now. And it looks like not much has really changed here, which is good news. Still going to look at our tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm here. This over towards Junction. Does look like it's still trying. Not quite what it once was, of course, as we mentioned before. But it looks better than what it did. It definitely looks better than what it did. Looks a heck of a lot better than what it did. Appreciate you guys sticking around through that break. Like I said, I'm sorry about that. Thought I was just gonna have to step away for a moment. It turned into a little more than that. But in either case, we're rolling here again. But you can see this storm is still trying to rotate. It's just not much in the way of warm air able to get in there. As long as that rain cooled air keeps undercutting the storm, it's going to have a hard time trying to spin up and produce, because you can tell that it's spinning, you can tell that it's rotating, it's still trying, but it keeps on pulling in more rain cooled air because it just keeps on raining out ahead of it. If it could clear out that rain somehow, it would probably produce another tornado. Because this is the same storm that produced over here. It actually produced a very large tornado at that, actually. But now, we're kind of at that point where it's gotten out of that really favorable environment. And we're starting to get to an environment where you could still get storms, but the ability to produce a tornado drops off notably. Not even in the tornado watch anymore at this point. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's now including the Fort Worth area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's indicated for 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Hail is less than penny size, so the main threat for this one is undoubtedly damaging winds. This is radar indicated. And you can see it right there, that bright spot right up in here, where we could see that 60-mile-per-hour plus winds. The only question we have with that is, are those winds making it all the way down to the surface? And I'm not so sure right now. I want to lean a little bit more towards no, but we'll see how this plays out here. And of course, we also have some pretty strong storms over towards the Texas Panhandle and towards Kansas and also Nebraska. The strongest storms still seem to be towards Nebraska. That was less than 35. What do you mean? You run? Oh, we broke 15 likes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you a bunch. Well, isn't that a good thing, or did you not cover enough ground, or what? I'm trying to understand. Getting more reports out of Nebraska here. Really strong winds coming from these storms. This is over towards Cambridge. Well, this is the Hastings radar site that we're looking at as well. Well, that's a good thing then, I would think. Okay. Oh, we have a new tornado possible tech severe thunderstorm warning here. This is in southern or southwestern Kansas here. This is right along this line of storms here where you see these little kinks. We could maybe have a shot at a brief spin up here. Do need to be on the lookout for those as well. Okay, there's that. Hey, windbags. Windbag emojis. You want to know how to get those windbag emojis and the hailstorm emojis? All you have to do is become a member of the channel. All you have to do is type in !member to learn how to do that. It'll send you to the link to where you can decide whether or not you want to. Completely optional. No one's obligated to do it, but you will get that plus bonus content as well. Help support what we do at the channel, and then also this will help eventually support the mods even. Yep, that is also true. If you become a member, you get your own little role as well on our Discord server, should you choose. Alright, let's check out our hail reports here so we can see what the voting poll is looking like now at this current point in time. Literally on a hair trigger here. If one more significant hail report or a large hail report comes in, then anyone who picked 10 to 20 is out. These storms have finally gone through Goodland, so this area is about to finally be in the clear here. I don't really see much in the way of rotation here. Let me go ahead and put the radar in loop mode. Goodland had a pretty big line of storms just go through there. This same storm system produced 80-mile-per-hour winds over towards Colorado, towards Lamar. And then we were able to pull up a camera shortly before the storm had hit, and we got to see an incredible storm structure as well. This storm has completely lost its rotation from earlier. A little earlier, this storm over towards Dumas was looking pretty menacing, but it's quickly downtrended since then. Alright, man. Enjoy your run. Here's our storm that's still trying to spin up a little something, but we're still struggling. We're still struggling to get organized here. It still has the potential to spin up a tornado. But like I said, I don't think it's anything like what it once was. We just keep on having trouble with that rain-cooled air undercutting the storm. If it just had a little bit more of an area for the inflow to get into, I think it would already have done it. It still could do it like this. We should be thankful that it hasn't. Uh-oh. Pain in my wrist. We'll go over also to Fort Worth, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's mainly for damaging winds. Damaging winds are most likely to be just out ahead of the rain here. And I think the worst of the damaging winds are actually going to stay south of the Fort Worth metro area here. But areas like Burleson, Briar Oaks, Joshua, Godley, and Keneen may need to be on the lookout for some damaging winds here. Can't guarantee that these are mixing all the way down to the surface, but definitely something that warrants action being taken here for sure. It's a wide view of our severe weather area for tonight. Still have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Okay, just bear with me, guys. I'm still trying to order my groceries here in the midst of all this. I may end up having to go out just after this stream to see if we can even get some groceries here before closing. Don't want to miss out on fuel points if you do have a Kroger app card or a Kroger Plus card or anything like that. You guys are still here. Drop an emoji in the chat if you're still here. What is that noise? Hang on a second. I heard myself. Why am I hearing playback now? There we go. I think I got it fixed now. Or do I? Okay, I think we got it now. Sorry about that. I don't know how the heck that happened. Also, appreciate you guys for hitting that like button tonight. Also, anyone who has tuned in and subscribed this evening, special thanks to you guys as well. Is it coming from my phone? I was also trying to examine this severe thunderstorm watch. There's a discussion. Both of these. Okay, so we're pretty much already confirming some of this, but eastward extent is questionable with these storm modes here. We're already seeing that come to fruition here with this one storm over here towards Fort Worth, towards South Fort Worth, I should say. Okay, so pretty much confirming things really at this point, more or less. Still got our tornado possible attack storm that's over here towards Junction. It's looking less impressive now than it did before. There's a point where it looked like it was trying to surge, and now we're kind of back in the same spot that we were before. Like I said, just not really in an environment where we could get things to really ramp up for this storm anymore. Not saying that it couldn't produce a tornado or prompt a tornado warning, but the rotation is becoming progressively more broad. You want tighter rotation with a tornado, and we just aren't really seeing that. I might be just making a run to the grocery store a little bit after this stream here. So I'll tell you what. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do a brief overview of what we have going on for tonight, and then we'll call it from that point, so I can get ready to do this stupid store run. Wasn't able to get my groceries ordered in time. That's my own fault, though. But in any case, though, let's go ahead and switch a few things over here. Let's go with that. Okay. Okay, make sure we got everything right. Let's go with okay, here we go. This is what we have going on right now with our severe weather threat tonight. Still have an area, so we can pretty much chop this in half at this point, I would say. So right where we have the cursor here towards Garden City and Liberal, we can cut a lot of that out at this point now. We can at least chop this slight risk over towards Kansas almost in half. And we can chop a good bit of this slight risk over here towards eastern or maybe even southeastern, western Oklahoma here in half a little bit. So basically all we're left with is what's going on over here towards Fort Stockton. And even then, we're just about done with that even at this point. So what we're seeing now really is the end of our tornado threat, which is this last little corridor right here. It's why this storm has held itself together so well. Because it's riding on this trough here, and it's allowed it to keep rotating, albeit not anywhere near as impressively as it once did. And then we also have the wind and hail threat in both cases. Could even see some more significant large hail towards this area, but I'm thinking that for the most part our storm threat's about done tonight. Then of course we have our marginal risk, which even includes parts of Fort Worth tonight, where we could see some large hail and damaging winds potentially. Like I said, it's a marginal risk, so may not see much of anything from this, but we'll have to, but of course we're watching still. If we look at the models here, the OOZ has just come in. Look at what instability's left over. We still have a good bit available. It's just kind of few and far in between. A big part of what's going to limit tonight from this point and onward is going to be what's called a capping inversion or convective inhibition. And this is what we're looking like there. you can see that we get some pretty strong inhibition here, is represented by these brighter colors. The greater the negative integer, the stronger the cap is, basically. So we end up seeing that become more and more prevalent across the board here for the night. So our threat isn't going to last too much longer. The cap is really going to take whatever these storms have left and just kind of ruin it for them, so to speak. Of course, this will help set the stage for a much bigger event tomorrow from the looks of things right now. So with our instability compared to our inhibition's winning out, and with that, as a result, we go to our radar here. It's around the time frame where our storms were expected to be at their strongest. You still see the chance for a strong storm or two towards Nebraska, but other than that, then maybe a little off storm towards Texas that holds up a little bit better for a little longer. It could even be this storm. We don't really have a whole lot left. And this is getting towards like 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock Central. Then, of course, you see the storms kind of weaken from that point onward here. Lose that daytime heating eventually. This is what's bound to happen. Depending on the setup, sometimes you can overcome that, but in this one, just not everything was really put together to that degree to where we could have overnight severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. And then, of course, as we go through the following day, we have a slight risk, which we have an enhanced risk for tomorrow, which we'll cover in the morning. But quick look at that. All hazards possible once again. 10% tornado threat to go along with that. 30% hail threat. And we'll have to see what these other areas end up doing. All the way up even through the Midwest and into Chicago even. Could be a mixed bag as far as tomorrow's concerned. Potentially full of surprises. I do hope that you saw what I saw. Oh wow. Can y'all see what I was doing the whole time? I really hope you did, because if not, I'm gonna be super upset. That is not how I want to end the stream. Just some simple streaming miscue. Wow. Also, right before we leave here, let's see. And we have broken past 10. So, anyone who's voted for 10 to 20, on the right track here. Alright, so quick rundown of what I was talking about for tonight. Still slight risk in effect. Little small pocket over here just to the east of Fort Stockton where there's a chance for tornadoes. Wind threat and the hail threat are the main threats at this point, but we're seeing a downtrend with those. And then, of course, we have a much bigger day set up for tomorrow. If we look at our parameters, mixed layer Cape, we're going to be seeing a gradual drop off in Cape as we get later into the evening. We haven't had those storms fire. Maybe we could see a little bit of rejuvenation from them briefly until eventually that area gets used up as well. And we also can see a little bit extra Cape available here towards Kansas-Nebraska line. Could allow those storms to go on for a little longer. And of course, this is setting the stage for the following day where we're in line for a much bigger severe weather event. Then one thing that's kind of working in our favor for tonight as far as storms weakening is our convective inhibition here. Look for these brighter colors here and you can see what I'm talking about. Where the colors are brightest is where we have a strong cap. And look at how that spreads as we get into the evening. Caps building in. Like I said, this is going to help set the stage for tomorrow, but it's going to hurt the storms that are here tonight. So basically what's going to end up happening here is this cap is going to inhibit any further storm development or maturation. So as a result, our storm threat will be ending pretty soon here. As we head into the following day, we start to see the cap erode pretty early in the day, and then as we get later into the day, we get our storm initiation. But that's pretty much what we have going on here at this point in regards to tonight's setup and a little sneak peek of tomorrow's setup. Final thing we'll do is actually let you see what the simulated radar looks like currently, and kind of go on from that point. Here's our current look at storms right now. So over towards Fort Worth. Here's one of our bigger cells here that was tornado warned earlier. We'll watch those storms kind of fall off a bit as we head into the evening and overnight. And then, of course, everything else kind of weakens. We get our initiation to fire off a little bit later in the afternoon. And we're in line for what looks to be a pretty active day after that point. So this is pretty much a brief overview of what we have going on. Get a little bit more in depth with the video tomorrow morning from that point. But I think this is where we're going to call it a stream here, guys. I do appreciate all of you tuning in this evening. I'm going to go ahead and run some quick errands, and then I will be gearing up for the live stream tomorrow. Appreciate everyone tuning in once again, and just stay tuned. Make sure you have that notification bell on. Make sure you hit that like button. If you're new around here, also make sure you hit that subscribe button along with that notification bell. Be notified every forecast video, every outlook, and every live stream. But till next time, it's been Ty Metalhead Weatherman. I'm signing off. Or not. We got a tornado warning. I'll hang out for a little longer then. We'll go ahead and sound the siren too. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is over towards Goodland, towards the Goodland radar site in Gove County, Kansas. This is 10 miles northwest of Shields, moving east at 20 miles an hour. This is going to remain mainly over rural areas. Let's go ahead and at least try to see what it looks like on radar. Yep, nice little TVS notch right here. Nothing insane, but it is there. I do think there's a slim chance of a brief tornado here. It's mainly from this little weak echo region, the kink in the line here. It's got a long ways to go before it reaches a town, thankfully. But we'll hang out here for another 10 minutes. But yeah, you can see the rotation here pretty clearly. Uh-oh. Not what I meant to do there. Ouch. Keep bumping my arm against everything. Being careless tonight. Also going to look on the correlation coefficient here to look for a tornado debris signature, TDS. Hang on, no, that's not it. So what we're looking for here is a debris ball signature, and we aren't really seeing it, so definitely not showing indications of it being on the ground. We'll hang out probably until this one expires. So our only tornado warning right now. It already looks like it's fizzled out here too, to be honest with you. Because if we go ahead and put it into a loop, there was the point where it was at its strongest, and it's already kind of fallen off. This is typical of what you would get from these linear segments in storms. So it's not unheard of to get a brief spin up, but if it did touch down, it was extremely brief, maybe about 30 seconds at best before lifting. Yeah, it's already looking like this storm is not looking all that impressive anymore. Let's try and see what Dodge City's radar is looking like. You can still see a little something here. There is a chance they may actually allow this to expire early. There's a new point of rotation potentially trying to develop right here, though. Excuse me. I like this song. Okay. See another point. Yeah, okay, so we're seeing that other point of rotation here. Still looks like it's radar indicated. I don't think this is touching down. Then again, like I said before, there's always those little sneaky notches like right here that you have to watch within that line segment. It's trying to. If it's gonna do it, it's gonna be a very brief tornado. Anyone tuning in, we're at the tail end of this severe weather event here. We got one sneaky little tornado warning that popped up over here in Kansas right now. I don't think this is on the ground. I don't think it has touched down at any point. If it has, it's remained over rural areas, thankfully. And that's what we continue to anticipate as we go forward here. Now, the thing about this is we also have other storms in the area that have been producing huge hail. And also we have the potential for a few storms over towards Nebraska and Kansas in particular to produce damaging winds. You know anyone in the area, definitely make sure you're sharing this stream to them. Make sure they hit that like. Make sure you and them hit that like button to like. And also, if you're new around here, consider hitting that subscribe button for me, would you? Quite a light show going on in your area, Nikki. I can only imagine. I wish I could see. Honestly, wish I could see. It's okay though. My turn is coming for tomorrow. My turn's coming tomorrow. You know, I got a little teaser tonight of what we could get tomorrow. That's one of my favorite things about having a line of thunderstorms go through my area, is because that whole line produces a boatload of lightning. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I live within the metro area. Somewhere in the metro area. But yeah, we get plenty of... But when we get our storms here, like when we get a big line of storms like that, the light shows are immense. That Gulf of Mexico moisture definitely helps. Oh, Key West, Florida had just the state of Florida in general has some of the most incredible storms that I have ever seen. One of my most memorable storms experiences was actually one day during a vacation just after or just before I graduated high school. It was just before I graduated high school. We went to Panama City Beach for a week. Awesome trip. No, actually, it was just after I graduated. But we went there. Awesome trip. Meditated and even was able to feel the presence of a thunderstorm coming. I sensed it that morning. It didn't come in until that night, and it was absolutely incredible how strong it was. The lightning, the wind, everything. It was just beautiful. Now that sounds like fun. Living on an island. Oh, new tornado warning. Hold on a minute. What is going on here? It looks like this little line segment here has come to play. And this is just outside of the Dodge City radar here. It's another radar indicated tornado warning. This is Finney and Gray counties in Kansas. This is located 7 miles north of Charleston, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This also has the potential to produce quarter-sized hail. Again, this remains over rural areas in Kansas here, thankfully. You've lived on 3 islands. That's pretty cool. Well, I might not be I might not be getting groceries tonight then after all. That kind of sucks. I don't want to end the coverage while there's tornado warnings ongoing. I hate doing that. I really do. This line all of a sudden has decided, hey, I want to play today. If these segments die out by 10:30, I'm just gonna have to get off abruptly and hope that there's no more, so I can at least get some groceries in. I mean, if I can't do it, I can't do it, but I'm gonna at least try. Past 2 sneaky little tornado warnings pop up. How about that, man? I tell you. Bar Harbor, Key West, and Okaloosa Island. I've heard of 2 of those. I've never heard of Bar Harbor before, though. So 9 of you voted on the poll. So about 9 of you voted on the poll, and most of you said between 10 to 20 reports, which of large hail. We're at 11, so you guys are looking the best. A couple of you actually said more than 30 reports, which is interesting. I don't know if it was going to be that many, but it was worth a try. I'd like to put it in you guys' hands just to kind of probe your mind, see where you all are at. Don't tell me that that one's trying to do it too. Okay, it's not. Thank goodness. Bar Harbor, Maine. It's okay. I get it now. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Northeast as I would be over towards maybe Florida or somewhere around the Gulf. Eventually, I'm going to travel around more. I don't know when that will happen, though. But it will happen in time. Uh-oh, there's another tornado possible tag here. So now this line segment wants to act out. Of course, when I want to go to the store too. Screw you. Daggone it, Mother Nature. Why do you have to be so mean today? You used to travel around a lot when you were in your 20s? It's pretty cool. I wish I could have done more of that, but at the same time, I don't know. Believe it or not, even though I come off pretty extroverted out here on YouTube, I'm kind of introverted. At least I think so. A lot of people would agree with that, though. Yeah, I mean, there's a fair amount that are like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just weird, I guess. I don't know. That radar signature does not look that impressive, to be honest. There is something there, like way over here, and maybe right here, but it's not that impressive. But yeah, I guess I can't speak for every YouTuber, but I think at some point you kind of just have to let the batteries recharge at some point. And sometimes kind of being to yourself is the best way to do it. It sure is for me. I know that much. Like I spent my, like most of the time at work, I work in a team, and nothing against them at all. But when I go home, usually I just kind of wind back, stay to myself, and just kind of chill. You have no problem acting a fool in public. I mean, I can act a little silly on camera, but I don't know. I kind of lean. I guess I'm just pretty laid back. Maybe it's because of the music I listen to. Anyone from the outside looking in would be like, "Who would have thought that?" All right, let's see what this other tornado warning's doing here. Looking pretty junky, if you ask me. I'm gonna just wait and see what these two do. That one's only got 3 minutes left until it expires. This one has 18 minutes. We'll stay till 30 after, and then we're gonna call it. We're gonna have to call it a night. If I don't get these groceries, I'm gonna be in some trouble here. And then on top of that, it's gas points I'm missing out on. And yeah, everybody knows how expensive gas is nowadays. Not to mention my car takes 93. It'd be nice, but those cars are still not affordable to everyone yet. But that's a topic to discuss somewhere else, unfortunately. I try not to get into that too heavy on here. Not on this channel. Politics, talking politics sometimes gets a little bit messy. And unfortunately, fossil fuels always leads to discussions about, guess what? So I just try to avoid it. Just rather not deal with the drama. The way I see it. Shut up, Baconator. Why would you say the word? Why would you say the word, man? This is one of my mods, by the way, Nikki. It is, honestly. People can't even respect others having an opinion, regardless of which side of the fence they're on. And then also, in the same sense, people who act too much like that side of the fence is pretty much the law, and the only law you can go by. You can't disagree with them or anything like that. It's crazy. Nope, you have to call him by his real name. It's not Baconator. It's not Henry. It's not Baconator. It's Wendy's. He's the $4 biggie bag. You're the $4 biggie bag, man. He's the $4 biggie bag, man. He's the $4 biggie bag. Oh, that sounds like fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I forgot they have like the $5 biggie bag now. Okay, you're the $5 biggie bag. Are you happy now? Oh my god, I can't. I would have at least liked to have thought you would have been like the Dave's double stack or something. And you're actually happy with this. Oh man. I need this storm right here to behave long enough to where it doesn't rotate. So that way I can go to the store. Excuse me. I thought you would be like a Dave combo or something. I don't know. Because it costs more. Can she just call you Biggie Bag? It's in the name. I mean, yeah. Good enough, Nikki. Yeah, Baconator's a handful, man. He's cool, though. Let's see what we're looking like here. Yeah, this is looking like junk now. Okay, let's see. Still some rotation there. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm about to leave in a minute too, so that way I can go to the store. Because watch, this line will probably try to sneak in and produce another tornado and prompt another tornado warning. I just hope that if this does do it, it doesn't drop anything. So I'm gonna have to go in a second. Like, I literally don't have a choice. Like, I'm getting messages. I'm realizing that there's stuff that we absolutely gotta have in the house right now. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Nikki. We'll be back here tomorrow. We'll be back live tomorrow afternoon. And we'll have that one ready to go from start to finish here. Yeah, you have a good night. Alright, everybody. We'll be here whether it is or isn't. My favorite shoe brand? I don't really have one. I don't focus on shoes like that, dude. I don't really care for shoes like that, to be honest. Just whatever is comfortable, whatever will fit on my foot. Most reliable? Any brand of shoe that I've tried, I've eventually torn apart, so I don't really consider too many things reliable. I guess maybe Nike, I don't know. What about Nike? We'll just go with Nike since I've had that the most, I guess. Your options become more limited the taller you get out and the bigger your foot size. Never heard of them. Never heard of them. Oh. My feet ain't that big now. I mean, I could probably fit in a size 14 if I wanted. But yeah, honestly, I just try to grab whatever is cheaper, fits decently, and moreover, yeah. Yeah, being tall is not all it's cracked out to be. It has its disadvantages. I mean, there are advantages too. What are you trying to do? Make this a little video for them? Trying to make this like a sponsorship for me or something? What, you want to make them my sponsor at some point? It'd be nice. Free shoes. Oh, you like talking about running shoes. I need running shoes, but I don't really get to run much these days. Maybe one day I'll get to again. The way things are right now, I need work boots. I need more work boots right now. That's my focus. I need work boots. Oh, we got to 18 likes tonight. Alright, guys. Appreciate it a bunch. Yes, I have been kicked in the shin with a steel toe. I've also kicked somebody in the shin with a steel toe. Not fun for them. Not fun for whoever gets kicked. That brings back some memories, though. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what. Oh, I know. Getting kicked in the shin with the steel toe hurts. Had it happen. Uh-huh. Well, in any case, it looks like we're done for the night here. Unless something happens here with this storm, and I'm not really thinking it is. Let me take one more look at the radar here. I can't really tell what's going on, to be honest. we still got those too. Oh, this went observed. An observed tornado warning now. This is for Franklin, Phelps, Kearney, and Harlan counties. This was located over Reagan, 8 miles southwest of Holdridge, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This was reported by the public. This tornado is going to be near Wilcox now, and then Oxtel within the next 8 minutes. Tornado is on the ground though, folks. Broccoli cheddar soup. Haven't had that since I was in school. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Because that happens quite a bit. Not to mention the fact that it's after dark too. And I can't even stay any longer than I am now. I gotta go. I literally have to go. Ugh. No, I think there's something there. That's the thing. No, there's something there. Oh, God. I don't want to leave the storm, but at the same time, I can't order groceries. And I gotta get it now. Let's go ahead and look at CC real quick. I'm already mad enough that I missed this tornado earlier today. I see something trying to pop up here towards Wilcox. I'm gonna push my luck. 10 minutes. $40 after, and I'm getting off. And that's just gonna be that. But I at least want to try and see what we have going on here. I know we only got a few people online, but still. I don't like leaving in the middle of warnings, man. It pisses me off when I have to do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then on top of that, it's in a line segment. This area is not gonna be like an incredible spot for like a long track tornado either. So I'll give it like 5-10 minutes, man. I'm gonna give it one. I'm gonna at least try and do that. Got about 10 minutes. Yeah, I'd love to see a NexRad type of radar. But yeah, it's shorter range because I know you can't. I know having too many NexRad radars probably wouldn't help us too much. It's got to be a better way. That radar network is almost perfect. At least in the plains it is. Yeah, there's a there's a short range version of NexRad that will still have almost all the features we have now with a full on NexRad. That will be beautiful. The difference that would make. Yeah, Nebraska's horrible when it comes to radar holes. Yeah, I know. There's no storm chasers live right now. Yeah, this was a 2% area. And with a higher threat days ahead, I mean, there's no real reason to cover 2% right now. Now, if it was later into the year and they were just trying to find something to do, it's different. QLCS can try to develop in Nebraska, but the problem is it's going to be cut off by that cap that's going to develop. If you actually look on HRRR and look at the convective inhibition, you will see that there's a cap that develops right around this time, actually. So if you go further up to the north here, you can actually see it occurring, actually. These storms are weakening. And you're going to eventually see this mode begin to weaken here. Yeah, the 2% area, it's a risk. It's a risk, but it can pay off big time. But if you bust though on it, the gas that you just put in to get into that 2% area, you're not getting it back. Yeah, Monday looks like it could be crazy. Tomorrow could even be pretty crazy too. Sunday looks like a marginal risk. I'm probably not going to stream that, so I'm not too concerned with it. Five minutes. Yes, there is a tornado on the ground. There's a tornado on the ground towards Wilcox right now, or just passed through Wilcox. They just made it radar indicated a couple of minutes ago. No, a lot of those storm chasers take a risk when they do it. Or at least the bigger ones do. The smaller ones, I don't know. I mean, each guy's circumstance is different. I'll put it that way. Most won't put themselves in that kind of risk financially, so to speak. But then again, there's those that are more than willing to do it. Someone like Reed or Brandon would probably say that. $10-hour drive one way, then the hotel room. That's the other part that gets you, is the hotel room. I mean, guys like Vince, Reed, Brandon, Corey, all of them, they worked up to the point where they're sponsored and they don't have to worry about it. But there's other guys that are like, you know, like just on the cutting edge, you know. And unless you get that one video of a viral, of like that one viral video or that one shot that goes onto the news network or something, you're not going to be making those, you're not going to be on those big chases too often. You just have to play the game to the best of your abilities. Yeah, Freddie McKinney. He's on his way up. He's on his way. Alright, I'll be on for about 2 more minutes and then I'm getting out of here, guys. I gotta run to the store. Against my will, really. But we're talking about gas prices. If I don't jump on Kroger here and go to the store, I won't get any gas points. I won't get anywhere near as many gas points. Yeah, those Kroger Friday gas points. Yes. 4 times, man. You gotta get it. Four times Friday. That's the name of the game, man. Ooh, can't wait to wash my hair when I get back, though. Still got those other severe thunderstorm warnings. Grab my wallet. Get that ready to go. Pause? No. I don't think so. Absolutely not. I'm not doing all that. No. Please no. Can we not? In any case, guys, y'all have a good night, because I'm gonna go on ahead and get out of here. I'm not shipping you my hair. Like, what the heck? I'm not gonna ship you hair. I'd have to cut my own hair off. That's stupid. Talking about washing my hair. You can't wash my hair. The hell? Alright, guys. Everybody, thank you again for tuning into the stream. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon for what could be a big day. Till then, see you next time. Signing off. Have a good night.